Hello, welcome to our August meeting of the Jackson Public School Board. I thank you for taking the time to come out of a really nice day that's not too hot and come in here and help us with things. I'd like to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Sorry, the flag right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mrs. Oxley, will you please do the roll call?
Ms. Hamilton?
Present.
Mrs. Brown? Here. Mrs. Mitchell?
Here.
Ms. Acton?
Present.
Ms. Hunt?
Present.
And Mrs. Fitzgerald.
Here. At this point, I'd like to, I'll take a motion for approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Support.
Second. Support. All in favor? Oh, I'm sorry, discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to make another motion. When can I make that motion to change
What
the
we're
agenda?
discussing right now.
So we do it after this one? After we
We're going to
discuss
discuss it, yeah. After we discuss it. Do you want to discuss it?
No, but yeah, we can discuss it. So we can discuss it. The closed session, I would like for us to place, and I know we're going to vote on the next, but I would like for us to place that after the citizens requesting to address the board in the interest of not keeping our community here too late since school is tomorrow. So I know that we're not voting on it right this second, but that'll be the motion that I'll make after we vote on this one.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, it
accept this.
passes.
Now I'd like to
Um,
make a motion.
Excuse me?
I'd like to make a motion.
For what? We're not, that's not part of our agenda.
I'm sorry, so I cannot make a motion is what you're saying?
We're just out of the blue?
Yes.
No.
Is that Robert's rules that you're telling me? Or? Well, hold on, because Robert's rule says that we actually can make a motion anytime during the meeting.
Right now, we're at the consent agenda. Is your motion relate to the agenda?
It is.
Oh, well, you didn't say that. Okay, go ahead.
So I'd like to make a motion that we pull the citizens' comment up before the closed session and put the closed session after the citizens requesting comment.
We've already voted on the order of procedure.
Do I have a second for the motion? Is that what you're?
No, I'm saying we already
Do we have a
had
second?
that motion to leave it the same.
I'll second
You want
that.
to second it?
I'll
Okay,
second
go
that.
ahead.
Yes.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry, discussion?
So again, same reason, I would like for the community to be able to get out of here on time.
Okay,
for that
and what I
purpose
don't,
that
I
reason-
would not, there's a couple
Uh-oh,
things.
hold on, wait a minute. You
Oh,
said
go ahead.
discussion. Yep.
This
Thank
is
you
part
for
of
letting me finish,
discussion, yeah.
Pam. I appreciate
Go
that.
ahead.
Again, for the purpose of getting our community out of here on time, I would like for us to put the citizens' comment before the closed session so that, again, school's starting tomorrow, to be able to honor their time, they can get out of here on time. So that's the purpose of this session, this request.
Okay, we're done with discussion on changing the agenda? Can we do that when we already approved the agenda? Okay. Here we go. Okay, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Aye.
No.
No, okay, that's 3-3, so it goes down. We don't have a quorum, unfortunately. Okay, now we're on the consent agenda. Could I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as minutes and human resources?
So moved.
Support.
Support, discussion? Any discussion on last month's minutes or the human resources? No? Okay. That's all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Okay, at this point, we're going to go into closed session. And I need a motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
So moved. Support? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. All right, we're going to closed session. We'll be back.
We're going to go exit right through here, and Todd will get us where we need to go.
Motion to go back into open session.
So moved.
Support?
Support.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All those in favor? Yeah, they did the aye. Yeah, and nobody was opposed. This time? Okay, at this time, the board is not in a position to make a final decision on what would be appropriate under the circumstances we were discussing. The matter is not totally resolved. It is being tabled until next month in order to continue to have conversation with the parties involved. Crap, there's more than a motion than that. Here's more, hold on, I really do have it. And I can't find it. At this point, I'll just say it. That's the old one, here's the- There we go. Good girl. So I need a motion to approve the following. Tabling the topic for next month and authorizing counsel to enter into discussions with Mr. Beal and his legal counsel surrounding the terms of a possible separation agreement between Mr. Beal and JPS. Motion?
Support.
Who gave the motion? Oh, I did.
Support.
Shawanda supports. Roll call vote, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Discussion?
Yes, some discussion.
Okay.
So the community, you all know that I'm not going to tell you anything that happened in closed session because we don't talk about what happens in closed session. So you're not hearing anything that happened in closed session. I'm going to be a no vote on this, not because I don't want what we all want, what you all have spoken about what you want, but because I don't think this answers the concerns of the community. One, because we haven't heard them. We didn't listen to you all. We haven't heard you. And then two, I don't trust that this is, I'm trying to find the right words for it, but I don't trust this process. So that'll be my no vote, but that'll be the reason why. We'll likely get it'll probably pass. And, whatever the community then wants, I'm always going to be in agreement with. It also doesn't speak to, the offense to myself directly. And we all know that this issue is much bigger than myself, but I am also the face of this issue, and it doesn't speak to that either. So I'll be a no vote on it. I do hope that, whatever the community wants, we do get eventually, but that will be why I'm voting no on it.
Any further discussion? No? Okay, now we'll do roll call.
Ms. Hamilton?
No.
Mrs. Brown?
No.
Mrs. Mitchell?
Yes.
Ms. Hunt?
Yes.
Ms. Acton?
Yes.
Sorry. Mrs. Fitzgerald?
Yes.
What did I miss?
What's our number?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay.
I just had them written down in the wrong order.
The motion passes. Thank you very much. At this point, we are going to go into public comment. Oh, not yet? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Beal has something to say.
I apologize for the delay. I apologize for the delay. Ms. Hamilton? I apologize for the hurt that I caused you. I apologize for the inadvertent text that made your way. I cannot sit in your shoes. I do not receive it in the manner which you would receive it. And I understand the unprofessional nature and how that is beneath me. We've apologized. I have apologized to you before. And it is my hope that we can both move forward, that I can be heard for my apology for the sincerity in which it was offered the first time and the one that is offered tonight. But I certainly recognize the damage and the harm that this did to you, and appreciate the opportunity to air this publicly.
Thank you, Mr. Beal. Okay, at this point, we're going to have public comment, and because there's so many, it's limited to 3 minutes, 3 minutes each. But I do want to make another comment before I go further. Public comment is to be done in a professional way. People don't just yell out their thoughts or insult somebody else who may be saying something they don't agree with. So if you are going to do anything but just listen and then say your piece and then listen and realize that you all have opinions, we all have opinions, but I will not have the disrespect and disruption of somebody yelling out when somebody else is talking, or even just in general when it's not their turn to speak. So if that is a problem, I will ask one of our officers to escort you out of the auditorium. Okay, let's begin. Cheryl Simonetti, and then Angela Arnold, and then Heather Albee Scott.
Good evening. Is this on? Yes. Okay. My name is Cheryl Simonetti. I live at 4871 Country Lane, and I am proud to say that my name will be on the November ballot to have a seat at your table. The idiotic sensationalism of one unfortunate mistake is what got us to this point. But what saddens me the most is the we, they mentality that overshadows all the good things about Jackson Public Schools. Things that would have never been made possible without Mr. Beal. Let me just name a few. In 2018, we passed a huge bond, and when that bond work was completed, it was done under budget. That bond provided a new Cascade School, the opening of John R. Lewis. All schools and buildings have safe and secure entrances, and every building has new furniture. We have 4 buildings that have full air conditioning: John R. Lewis, Cascades, Montessori, and Sharp Park. And the remainder of the buildings have partial air in collaborative spaces and front offices. We had the successful creation of South Central Michigan Virtual. We created a JPS Montessori School and worked in partnership with the Felician Sisters. The creation of Jackson Pathways, staff development, Jackson County Early College Success, successful contract bargaining and fiscal responsibility. We hired a DEI director, successful selling of old buildings in order to remain fiscally responsible, the best fund balance position that JPS has ever been in, ever. Our enrollment has increased over the last few years. We've secured propane and electric buses, another thing to help that bottom line. We partnered with the Glick Foundation for the Indoor Athletic Center, successful passing of the Recreation Center and operating millage just recently. We need to give this district our continued support and keep our minds on starting school and educating students tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Angela Arnold. Is Angela here? No, okay. Heather Albee Scott. Hi, Heather.
I don't know if you can hear me. Hi, Brendan. I'm not going to lie. I'm super nervous, but my mom taught me speak your mind even when your voice shakes. So first I want to apologize for not being here earlier. When I saw the text, I had just kind of a moment of what just happened, as I'm sure other folks have as well. I'm sorry, I don't know if you need my address, all that stuff. I kind of skipped right over that. But I've worked in the district, and I worked at Frost Elementary School, and I saw what happened to the kiddos when they would say disparaging things. So when I saw the text, I thought, well, certainly we will hold Superintendent Beal to the same standard. And I don't know if you are, because I don't know what happens behind closed doors. But I guess I expected an admittance of bias, right? And because we all have biases. And to say you don't is actually not a fact, because we all do. And so I kind of scoured back through articles. I was like, certainly there had to have been a time when Superintendent Beal came out and said, you know what, I need to look inward and I need to do some work on this. And maybe I missed it. You know, I always want to give people the benefit of the doubt, sometimes to the detriment of other people. But I'm not hearing that. In education, we're taught to be curious, not judgmental. Now's the time to be curious. Curious about what our kiddos are receiving as messages, what our families are receiving as messages. I have been in schools and seen the children of color get treated differently. And I was part of the team, I was part of the team that brought that to the district, and then they did the equity audit. And then I left the district to go on, thinking, well, certainly they'll use this information, and they'll make things better. And then, sadly, I feel like we've taken a lot of steps back. So I'm here tonight to just ask you to please, every one of you, look inward, confront your biases, admit you have them, because our children, our families, they deserve that. Thank you.
I thought I had it. Yeah. Wasn't I? Okay, Frida Mason, Amy Gish, and David Wormsley.
Hello,
Hello.
my name is Frida Mason, and I am a concerned community member and a member of the Family Coalition for Change here in Jackson County. I want to first say that I'm deeply saddened by the board's vote to not keep the regular agenda and allow public comments to be before closed session. It was very disrespectful to the community to move it to after closed sessions, especially when people have children that need to get to school. Now, I'm going to be reading a letter that is from the Journey for Justice Alliance National Director, G2 Brown. This is in reference to Jackson Public School Superintendent Jeff Beal. To the Honorable Jackson Public School Board President and Trustees, the Journey for Justice Alliance is a national organization of community groups in over 40 cities across the nation. With over 2,000 members, we use community organizing to achieve our mission of equity and focus on educational justice. Over the past 2 days, we have hosted racial equity events in Chicago for the Democratic National Convention, but took this moment to pause and stand with JPS School Board Trustee Keisha Hamilton. The iconic author Alice Walker wrote, "No one is your friend who demands your silence or denies your right to grow." The disparaging text message written by Superintendent Beal referring to Trustee Hamilton's intelligence is disrespectful, distasteful, and must be addressed by the board with immediate action and consequence. We recognize that Trustee Hamilton has been on the front lines in the fight for equity in the city of Jackson, and we condemn the disrespect displayed towards her by your current administrator, specifically Superintendent Beal. You all must acknowledge the harm and act swiftly to eliminate the continued racism and sexism Trustee Hamilton is facing and battling daily while executing her duties as the board trustee and fighting for equitable policies for JPS students, staff, and the community. We stand with the Family Coalition for Change and the grassroots community in Jackson in demanding the immediate termination of Superintendent Jeff Beal. Signed on this day, August 20th, 2024, G2 Brown, who is the J4J Alliance National Director. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Amy Gish. And then David Wormsley.
Good evening. My name is Amy Gish, and my address is suppressed. Keisha, the first time we met was March 15th, 2022. I spoke during that evening's school board meeting regarding this superintendent's retaliatory actions towards you, and based on similar encounters with his retaliatory actions towards me and others that I witnessed, I told you that his is a patterned behavior. This superintendent uses the power of his position to harass, bully, intimidate, and manipulate. Once he is no longer superintendent, that power is gone. He'll have nothing to use as a means of coercion. My encounters with Jeff as my abuser are on record. He has been enabled by the former Board 5 and the current Board 5, and I believe the superintendent's text messages were likely intended for Board President Pam Fitzgerald. She is, in my opinion, his strongest ally. She has intentionally lied to a current school board candidate, communicating as board president, and those lies are part of her patterned behavior as well. Pam, you ought to be ashamed of yourself for blaming Dan Evans for playing a role in the retaliation case of retired art teacher Penny Davis, who won at every court level that case was tried or reviewed. A simple online search for the date corresponding to the initial incident involving Penny Davis and student MH was October 12, 2015. You can snicker all you want.
I wasn't snickering.
You were. Another online search proves Jeff Beal began working as superintendent for Jackson Public Schools June 2nd, 2014. Simple math shows that Dan Evans was well into his retirement, years when the Penny Davis incident took place. Jeff Beal was the only superintendent at that time of the incident, and you, Pam, were a school board member during that time. We had contacted you, or attempted to. No, Jeff and Jeremy Patterson were not required to stand in at the end. Quote, I sent the court transcripts to Chris Davis to prove you are lying. Jeff and Jeremy were the perpetrators all along. Ben Pack and Barb Baird Pauley weren't called to the witness stand for their innocence either. They played major roles in harassing, bullying, intimidating, and manipulating just as much as Jeff Beal and Jeremy Patterson. Pam, don't think for 1 minute that you are pulling the wool over my eyes. This superintendent has spent his time padding his pension by telling the school board what his salary should be and what extra pay he should get. Since the majority of the school board members are his allies, the superintendent has accomplished his goal. Public tax
There you
dollars will continue to be
Your
used.
3 minutes is over. Thank you very much, Amy. Okay, David? Is David here? Oh, okay. Annette Jones? Andrew Bowler? I know, I do 3 at a time, so we keep it going. Oh, it is Bowen, it's a W, thank you. Andrew Bowen. And Joni Frandello, that's 3.
Okay. This superintendent has spent this time padding his pension by telling the school board what his salary should be and what extra pay he should get. Since the majority of school board members are his allies, the superintendent has accomplished his goal. Public tax dollars will continue to be used to pay a person who likely a large payoff, who corrupted a school district and used accomplishments to make his dirty work. Character makes a man of great stature, not money. Jeff, you once told me that your dad criticized your decision to go into education because there isn't any money to be made in education. I can see clearly. Shame on you, Angela Mitchell, for dismissing Jeff Beal's use of the N-word openly and freely with colleagues, especially in the company of a black woman. Something the media outlets selectively fail to air when former HR Director Nicole Johnson addressed the board about it. Keisha, do you recognize the patterns? Gender, skin color. He despises those who are not like him. I can see clearly. Keisha, I'm confident that you will maintain the community's best interests as you stay the course as a member of this board, as always, and please know you have my full support. Thank you for serving all of Jackson on this board. You are appreciated. Thank you. Amy Gish. And I, too, I am a black Latina woman. And I was told that those are 3 strikes against me. And yes, I used to work here. My name is Annette Jones, and I don't think I have to give my address because I didn't hear Amy give hers. But it's unfortunate. Pam, I have been witness of you verbally attacking Keisha in my presence. I don't know if you remember, but I do. That really changed my view of you. That was not cool at all. Definitely a poor example. I'm very sad to see this. JPS was my place. But, as they say, 3 strikes against you. You're a black Latina woman. You have 2 strikes against you, so you can be thankful for that. So, thank you for those of you who are fighting and trying to help us out. Good night.
Hi, everyone. My name is Reese Dillard. I'm going to be speaking on behalf of Andrew tonight. He's a former student of JPS and a concerned Jackson resident. His comments detail some patterns of inequity that he's seen in recent years, but he couldn't stay here to offer his comments himself because of the agenda change that brought our comments to be at the end of the night. I also do have a comment card in there for myself, which you can remove. The name is Reese. So, some patterns we've been seeing here. In 2018, a former JPS employee sued JPS for damages related to retaliation, harassment, and bullying. In 2019, 2 former teachers filed a lawsuit against JPS alleging a hostile and unsafe work environment. In February of 2022, trustee Keisha Hamilton reported harassment and bullying and threats from Superintendent Beal. In May of 2022, dozens of former teachers, primarily women, parents, students, staff, and former assistant superintendent of HR, a former JPS Teacher of the Year, a former union president, and others gave over 12 hours of public comments recounting instances of bullying, threats, and harassment. In 2022, after losing at multiple lower courts in the Michigan Supreme Court, they refused to hear an appeal presented by JPS and upheld the lower court opinion, resulting in JPS paying out of the general fund almost $700,000 because of retaliation, harassment, and bullying, naming Jeff Beal and Jeremy Patterson as the primary actors. In 2022, Jeremy Patterson was promoted by Jeff Beal and the board in a 5-to-1 vote to Assistant Superintendent of Secondary Education. In a consistent 5-to-2 vote, the board approves the extra duty pay to Jeff Beal for the purpose of overseeing HR in the amount of $63,000+ over the past 5 years. But in 2022, JPS also hired a director of HR, but Superintendent Beal is still receiving that extra duty pay of $63,000+. We have 3 open seats this year for the school board, and Andrew and myself, I speak for myself here, urge you to be very selective about the people you put on this table. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Joni Orandella. And then Crystal, no last name, and Chris Davis.
Thank you. I'm Joni Rondello. You guys know I live in Jackson, and I just want to say how disappointed I am that you guys went into closed session and made us wait 2.5 hours before we can comment. I have a daughter who's going in the 1st grade at the Montessori, and her bedtime is 8 o'clock. I was not able to be home with my daughter because I wanted to be heard. And it's important to the board, according to their policy, that the board recognizes the value of public comment on educational issues and the importance of allowing members of the public to express themselves on district matters. We did not set this meeting date. We did not set the first day of school. You guys scheduled a board meeting on the night before the first day of school. I have to wonder whether the board and the administrators even care about the well-being of our children inside of school and outside of school. And Pam, don't make a face at me. That is so disrespectful.
Do what?
You make faces all the time, and it's disrespectful. But I'm going to go back to my comment because you asked people not to be disrespectful. So if you could please be professional, I'd appreciate that.
I just had cataract
am-
surgery and I'm squinting, sorry.
You make faces every meeting, so. Anyways, back to my comment. I am a member, one of the leading members of Family Coalition for Change. I sent an email that was 4 pages long citing the anti-harassment policy that is held against the students. It includes citations to what the board is supposed to do to hold accountability. I cited the bullying policy, quoted, copied and pasted. I put 1 sentence about that lawsuit in there, and the only person that responded to me was Pam, saying that I had the wrong lawsuit, that it involved Dan. She provided me misinformation. The lawsuit was when Dan Evans was still superintendent. It languished for years, and unfortunately, Jeff Beal was hired just in time to be sitting in the hot seat when the discussion was made. He had nothing to do with it. I am an attorney. I pulled the case. I read the case. I read the facts in there. It specifically stated what Jeff Beal did. So please stop providing the public with misinformation and then accusing somebody else of doing the same. How could you guys go in closed session without hearing the public when it's your board policy that says it's important? I've been commenting for 2 years. There was an investigation for my daughter. Nothing has been done except for 2 years later offering her to walk for graduation. And in the investigation, it showed that there was discrimination against her, but nothing could be done. And guess who oversees all of those investigations? Guess who oversees FOIA? Guess who oversees part of HR and receives extra salary for that? One man, and you guys are allowing him to have full control by being a yes board. Please take action and do what's right.
Everybody hates us again. Okay, I have a name of Crystal with no last name. No? Okay. Chris Davis.
Good evening, Board. My name is Chris Davis. I'm deeply disheartened that on the eve of a new school year, in a time of a looming budget challenge, in a time of where JPS is currently ranked in the bottom 50% of schools in the state of Michigan, and in a time where, according to state test scores, only 17% of our students are proficient in math and only 30% are proficient in reading, multiple buildings are labeled as a partnership school with the state, we find ourselves here tonight addressing yet another instance of harassment and bullying from the highest level of leadership in this district. But let me be clear, I will not shame the victims. I will not ignore the numerous testimonies that have been given at this podium. I will not ignore numerous court rulings. I am calling on this school board to stop sweeping the pattern of behavior under the rug. As Cheryl mentioned, there has been some good things going on with the school district as far as new buildings and all of that. But these are the important issues. Only 17% of our students know how to do math. Only 30% know how to read. We only graduate 80% of our students. Regarding the text message, whether it was accidental or intentional, apologized for or not, the fact that someone felt it was appropriate to make such a statement reveals a deeper, more troubling issue. Over the past 9 months, as I considered running for a seat on that board, I've closely observed all of you and your actions. I hoped that I can learn from you and learn how to be a board member for this community. I've learned something, though. I've learned how I would not conduct myself if this community elects me. For months, I've sat in the audience and watched as you disrespected and dismissed not only each other, but the citizens who come here to speak to you, staring off into space or playing on your phones or looking at your laptop, as Angela is doing currently. This November, our community will have the opportunity to fill 3 seats on this board, and I am relieved that we have our candidates and they are not incumbents on this ballot. Every one of you should not only be outraged by the culture of harassment and bullying that has taken root under this leadership, but you should also be ashamed that you have condoned it with your silence and continue to make excuses for it. I strongly urge our school board to confront the deeply entrenched pattern of misconduct and immediately initiate a formal investigation. As someone running for the JPS School Board, I believe in creating a culture of respect, inclusion, and accountability. Our educators, administrators, and board members should uphold these values in every interaction. We need leaders who will uplift and support each other, not tear each other down. And I stand with all of those affected and all of those who believe in maintaining respectful and collaborative environments in our school. And I also want to point out, I got a couple more seconds here, that only 4 of the 10 candidates on the ballot this November cared enough to be here tonight. And for the community, I want you to think about that when you vote in November. And I want to end with one more quote. It's actually from the board president, Pam Fitzgerald. She said this to a citizen in response to a citizen comment back in May. If you don't have
Time is
anything
up.
nice
Thank
to say,
you.
don't say anything
Thank
at all.
you. Joanna Perkin, Maisha Jones, and Reese Dillard.
I am Joanna Perkin, former English teacher, English chair, building committee chair of 20 years, and teacher of the year within Jackson Public Schools. During my employ, if I wasn't ruthlessly and feverishly retaliated against by Superintendent Beal simply by speaking the truth and making professional inquiries as building committee chair, I would still be in the classroom doing what I have been so passionately gifted to do by God. The board was made aware in detailed letters of concern and whistleblowers while I was enduring these atrocities, and the board continues to be complicit. Since retiring early, Superintendent Beal has continued to retaliate against me for attending board meetings and speaking the truth. I would love to say there are only a handful of individuals who have experienced Superintendent Beal's retaliation, but sadly, during the last few years, multitudes of women, many black, from HR director, teacher of the year, union president, a principal, board member, a litany of teachers, all have come forward with facts here at board meetings over and over with certified letters of concern to the board. But you know all of that. Just as you know Superintendent Beal was found guilty of retaliation in the court of all the way to the Supreme Court, costing the district nearly $1 million. From there, he went on to promote his buddy, Jeremy Patterson, the other individual found guilty of retaliation in that same case, from principal to assistant superintendent. Then he went on to move his HR director, Nicole Johnson, out of the way, a black woman, after reiterating the word nigger in its entirety in her presence. From there, he hired himself as HR director and FOIA coordinator, removing all checks and balances so that all roads lead back to him. When board member Keisha Hamilton made inquiries regarding the extra $60K he still receives, for no longer doing HR duties as someone else was finally hired. He physically accosted her and aggressively retaliated against her. Fast forward a year later, this recent incident we are here for today, in which he continues to retaliate against Keisha by accidentally sending her a disparaging text about her competency. It's wildly reminiscent of the email he sent me while I was employed, that he sent to a principal, in which he accidentally included me in to handle me at evaluation time.
But you, the board, are all well aware of this, and Superintendent Beal continues to break federal, state, contractual, and laws and policies and retaliate against anyone who compromises his
Thank you.
ability
Your time
to
is up.
continue to do whatever despicable.
Joanna, your time is up. Thank you. Your time is up. Joanna, your time is up. Your time is up. Uh-huh. Joanna, your time is up. Please sit down. Joanna, please sit down. No, we have 3. Why don't you look at the board policy? If there's more than 9. If there's more than 9, we go to 3 minutes. Maisha Jones.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Angela, did you get elected just to vote for everything Jeff and Pam bring to the table? You have never contributed anything, not good or bad, to conversations. Please stop taking up space. Your voice and lack thereof provides no meaningful value here. Marilyn, while I know you have made contributions to conversations about school finances, I'm sure you've heard about the almost $1 million that was paid out due to Jeff and Jeremy's action. I'm just curious, do you care more about the money or the lack thereof of the integrity and character of the person that you continue to allow to have a job? I'm checking in on your humanity right now. Shalonda, I don't care how you have advanced in your personal life, but could you please stop pimping yourself out to whiteness to obtain political power? When statements that I hear and I often make, like, just because someone is black does not
Excuse me, that
qualify
is
them.
not okay to attack the board members.
It says directly on the thing, are you going to pause my time so I can express? It says you can address the board members directly on that paper.
I
and
didn't
am
say
doing
you could
that.
harass the board.
I'm not harassing them. I'm speaking straight facts.
You don't even know them.
When
You don't even know.
statements like this are made, and I say black does not mean that they are qualified, I think of you. It is embarrassing to me as a black woman that you represent black women in leadership. The definition of racism by Google is defined as prejudice, discriminatory, and antagonistic by individual, community, or institution against a person or people on the bias of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group, typically one that is minority or marginalized. Pam, it is no secret by definition, and your actions even that we've seen tonight, that you are a racist. Just because you have a black friend or a black neighbor or know some black people, you are a racist.
Do you know my family?
There is little hope in black family, you are a racist. And do you know, while we know that there is no hope for you, all we can do is pray and hope that your time comes as quickly as possible so you can move on. Jeff, the picture of whiteness and white privilege, leader of the good old boy club, how many lines are you going to cross before your humanity and conscience activates? This board has let you get away with so much corruption, I don't even think you believe that you are doing anything wrong. You should be in jail for some of the things that you have done. I came here tonight with my JPS shirt on, hoping and praying that we all would recognize the complacency in this disturbing and heinous behavior, but you decided to have a closed meeting about this egregious act by your superintendent and didn't even get community input. This lets me know that you are not
Maisha, your
the
time
right
is
people
up.
to
Thank
lead.
you. Maisha, your time is up. Okay, we have Reese Dillard, Nyla Orendello, and Penny Davis. Is Reese here?
Everyone.
Oh,
I've already addressed the board, but yeah, I truly hope that you listen to your community that is so
Reese,
upset.
haven't you already spoken?
I have on behalf of Andrew. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, I do that. Thank you, Reese, I'm really sorry that's. Okay, Nyla Orendello? Oh, Nyla, that's okay. Just talk about what you're thinking.
My name's Annika. I go to J High here, and my sister has been victimized so many times on the bus. She has not felt safe. The bus driver has always came after her. Nobody else on that bus but her. She has always been unsafe, felt like she should not be on that bus, but yet she has to because there is no other option for her. But yet we've brought it up to you guys so many times, and y'all have done nothing about it. She is only 11 years old. You guys should protect her and her safety and everyone else's. Her bus monitor, or whatever he was, had a gun on that bus. That made her feel so unsafe, she did not want to go to the school the next day. I have so many friends that have been bullied and harassed at Jackson High, and you guys have done nothing about it. One killed himself because of how much you guys do not protect us students and our mental health. You guys have not done anything to make sure us kids are safe. You guys say that you will take care of it. You will be responsible for it and get it worked out. But you guys still have not done this till this day. You guys have lost a great soul. Y'all will never know what we have to go through because you guys don't know them personally like we do. You guys say you will take care of it and protect us, but yet you're still losing kids left and right till this day.
And every time I brought this up to my principal, y'all never did nothing, never spoke about it. This is your fault that she lost her friend. So how was that? Oh.
She's afraid to let you guys know that they're both Native American.
Penny? You don't have to.
I was going to really speak at all. But after hearing what happened to Keisha, broke my heart. I have been harassed by this place here. I love this school. My things are transparency that I hope for the future, openness, honesty, and most of all, care for our kids. Our kids. We have come to principals. We have come to superintendents. Nothing's done. Nothing is done. It's always pushed in the corner. I've come to school board members back in the past, and that's what really tears my heart. No one is listening. No one's doing anything. And I can say that honestly, I know firsthand. Something I want to talk about real quick is Jeff Bill got here in 2014, and we had good hopes for him. We loved Dan Evans through and through, okay? I've worked here probably over 30 years before I was kind of run off or got sick because of the abuse that I took from these people, bullying, disrespect. It goes on, and I'm just that one of the teachers that have suffered that. And my perpetrators, it's in the court of law. It was Jeff Beal. And I wish Pam don't say that Jeff Beal wasn't here and that he was no part of the lawsuit. or the whistleblower suit, please, because he was. He was the main culprit, along with Jeremy Patterson here. And how embarrassing it is when I'll tell you just one incident. When I was shipped over to Parkside, and I was a highly effective teacher, and then all of a sudden, I'm on, what is it called? I don't even remember the initials now, but I was on the bottom, all right? Yeah, plan assistance, thank you. And so you talk to your principal. That time it was Jeremy Patterson. He'd come down to my room, and it's the end of the day, and I'm like, okay, that's fine, we can talk, but I have to use the bathroom. No problem. I go to the bathroom. You stand outside, cross his arms, and wait for me. You know how intimidating that can be to, a female teacher? Come on, Jeremy. And then you guys just promote him even more. I don't get that. But that's something you guys got to live with, not me. I've forgiven you guys, because if we hold anything in ourselves when people do us wrong, that's going to tear us up. Why waste our life?
Penny, your
for
time
these
is
guys?
over. Thank
That's
you.
fine.
Thank you. We have Nicholas Thurston, William Hastings, and Zoe Lyons.
Good evening. My name is Nicholas Thurston. I live here in Jackson, Michigan. I live here in the neighborhood. I heard about what happened, and I just would like to express my support for Jeff Beal. I genuinely do believe that you've done the best you possibly can to keep the district on the right path, at least financially. You've done your job there. As an administrator, you've made the decisions that you felt were right at the time, and I think you should be proud that you've met and you've reached a lot of the goals that you had for the budgets of the JPS district. As far as a lot of the identity politics stuff that gets pushed around here, I think it's really important for you guys to consider with the progression of discussion around the equity policy that many people do not support and may be found unconstitutional in court. That how many of your employees are only here to attack this organization? How many of them want to sue you and bankrupt the school district? How many of them hold hate in their hearts when they clock into work? And how does that translate to the students? The student grades are extremely low, and it makes me wonder, are teachers clocking into the classrooms and doing the work of a teacher? Are they there to push identity politics? Are they there for a personal grudge or an agenda? Do they care about teaching? Do they hate their jobs? Should they maybe go work somewhere else? Is there something else they should do with their lives to be happier? But the school district definitely is struggling in terms of functioning as a school. But that job that's on the teachers. And I hope that the board will consider striking down the equity policy that's been proposed. I think it's creating a more hateful environment where it seems like the teachers are just waiting to take turns to attack the administration, and that is not good for the students. Maybe that's what's distracting them from their work in the classroom. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. William, here you go.
So timing, we were told, is everything. It needs to be pointed out that the scandalous, wayward text message that is being used as a pretext to destroy Jeff Beal's career at JPS was sent on July 23rd, but the crafty and conniving Keisha Hamilton kept it hidden right up your sleeve, didn't you, sweetheart? Until last Friday, when she decided it was the most politically opportune time to do so. Public transparency be damned. Something else happened that Friday. I'm gonna need my time back. I'm gonna need my time back.
What?
Rentima, be quiet. I'm getting my time back. I want my time back now.
Do I stop him? No, you're not.
So something else happened last Friday. Keisha removed the banner header image from her Facebook page. The header image contained a quotation and of a woman named Joanne Chesimard. Who is Joanne Chesimard? Well, on May 2nd, 1973, Joanne and two other wanted criminals were pulled over by the New Jersey State Police. After the officers spotted a gun in the vehicle, Joanne Chesimard first shot Trooper James Harper in his shoulder. In the ensuing gunfight, Trooper Werner Forster was murdered execution style with his own weapon, a crime for which Joanne Chesimard was convicted. Make no mistake, Keisha Hamilton uses her social media to glorify terrorists and cop killers. Be quiet. Whatever you say, losers. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. Joanne Chesimard was the member of a domestic terrorist group called the Black Liberation Army. Between 1970 and 1976, this group was responsible for 70 acts of violence, including the murder of 13 police officers. Most of these murders were ambushes, and one officer was murdered sitting at his desk at a police station. The single most evil act, though, committed by this group, in my opinion, was planting a bomb in St. Brendan's Church in San Francisco to target the mourners at a funeral service for a police officer who had been murdered in line of duty. Keisha's idol and role model and dreamboat pinup girl, Joanne Chesimard, was able to flee the country and is on the FBI's most wanted list for murder and domestic terrorism to this day. Keisha Hamilton, you are morally unfit to serve in any public capacity and doubly unfit to serve on a school board charged with preparing thousands of children for adult life and responsibilities. The true content
Thank you,
of your...
William. Your time is up. Thank you. Zoe Lyons and Sherry Butters and Avian Johnson.
I'm not sure how you all do this all the time. This is traumatic. My name is Zoe Lyons. I am the parent of 3 adult sons who graduated from JPS, and I'm here because I was asked to show up, and I'm working to follow the lead of people of color in my life. This is an opportunity for the growth of the JPS board and the superintendent. For growth, one only needs to search how to teach white people about anti-racism. That's what I did this afternoon. Here are some ways that we as white people can do our part to grow for the people of color and the marginalized folks around us. Pause before contributing to the conversation or hitting send on an email or text. Check the other white people in the room. We must constantly educate each other and hold each other accountable. Excuse yourself if you're having strong emotions, especially if there are folks in the room who experience prejudice and harm firsthand. Have a support system of other white people, people who are learning and growing in the work of equity, not those that will coddle your feelings of discomfort. Finally, sit in the discomfort. This is discomfort today. Be curious on what we can do different and better for marginalized folks around us, people of color, women, or both. And do this in the city of Jackson for our children and our schools who need you. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoe.
Good evening. My name is Sherry Butters. I'm going to read my comments because it's been a really long day, and so I'm going to try and stay on topic. I live in the city of Jackson. I'm part of the JPS School District. I am also a mom of 3 high school graduates here from J High, and I've been a proud Jackson High parent for many, many years. I've not been a proud Jackson High parent for the past couple of years. And that is because of how I have seen this school board tolerate the mistreatment and disrespect of our board member, Keisha Hamilton. Professionally, I serve as the manager of the Jackson Collaborative Network. We are a collective impact network that is working to create lasting, sustainable change in the Jackson County community. As a network, we are committed to promoting and pursuing equity in all things, understanding who is experiencing worse outcomes and why, and working to address those. As a collective body, we recognize that as individuals, not a single one of us created the structural and institutional racism that is present in our community, but by not taking any action, we are holding it in place. As individuals that are elected to represent the children in this district, you have the power and responsibility to oversee the performance of the superintendent. Many occasions, I'm not sure you've fulfilled that responsibility. I strongly encourage you to take brave action to address the issue at hand and not permit, and thereby promote and condone, conduct that marginalizes a woman of color by the senior-most leadership within JPS. I ask you to consider the message that your action or inaction sends to the children, the parents, teachers, our community, and educational community at large about Jackson Public Schools' commitment to excellence and justice in fulfilling its mission to prepare all students to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty, hello, my name is Avion Johnson, and I sent a Google document to this board a few months ago. It was laying out a lot of serious issues within the school, and yet only one person responded, and that was Ms. Hamilton. The lack of response from the rest of you speaks volume about the inactivity and disregard for student voices. Is this a level of dedication we should expect from those who are supposed to serve us? What does that say about the commitment to student advisory? While I was waiting for a response, students in our district were dealing with fallout from your inaction, and even before, I've heard from students who had their personal property seized without cause, and let me remind you that taking someone's phone without cause is an invasion of privacy and unconstitutional. Students had had their backpacks searched under weak pretenses, and their dignity is compromised by staff members who are supposed to be protecting them. These are not isolated incidents, they're part of a larger pattern, and the board does not act, it's only gonna get worse. This board has had a lot of opportunities to act and show you care about students, yet what have you done? The policies you have in place are outdated and do not protect us, do not respect our rights, and the way you have handled these situations is a bad look. Now, I've gone through your search and seizure policy, and it's clear that that is a serious problem. This is a policy that you're supposed to be protecting students, but instead it's being used to justify invasion of privacy. The Fourth Amendment guarantees protection against unreasonable searches, yet this policy seems to be defined as anything you wish to search us for. And unreasonable, you said in your document, means anything you wish. Students' rights are being violated, and this policy is nothing more than a blank check for administration to do as they please. Then there's the student government policy, which is supposed to empower students, but in reality, it's just another example on how this board fails to follow through. The policy talks about giving students a voice, but those rights aren't fully realized. The board says it's supposed to protect student government, but where's the action? Where's the support? The truth is that the handbook for middle school at Parkside that includes the dress code, academic appeals, and more isn't being followed, and neither are your board policies. This board isn't supporting students who want to be involved, who want to make a change, or who wants to speak out. We need to address these unconstitutional actions, the lack of publicity, and the tools and resources students have. And we need to get this end to the ageism that's happening in our schools. Additionally, I find this as an embarrassment that you continue attacking Keisha Hamilton for doing her job. Thank you.
We have Savannah Hart, Shaquay Selby, and Cornell Sample II.
I wrote it, if that's okay. My name is Savannah Hart, and I have a 9-year-old whom attends Sharp Park. Last year, I contacted you, Jeff Beal, to file a complaint against the principal of Sharp Park, which is my right according to, what is it, the handbook, the JPS one? At the time, you initially attempted to dissuade me from any formal complaint and eventually insisted your opinion was I had no founding for a complaint and your decision was final. I emailed the entire school board and was only answered by one board member, initially Ms. Hamilton. Ms. Hamilton told me how to appropriately file and listen to my complaints with empathy, compassion, and she also gave me instruction on how to file correctly. Even so, you, Mr. Beal, found my complaint unfounded, so I filed a complaint against you with the board. At this point, I would begin communicating with Pam Fitzgerald, who then insisted I had no founding for my complaint against Jeff Beal. Pam, you told me you spoke for the board, but you didn't, did you? In spring, I posted a TikTok on social media, and a commenter suggested doing a Freedom of Information Act request pertaining to my name and my son's name, so I did. It was at this time I discovered the dishonest way the principal of my son's school, Jasper Lusby, spoke about me, and the misinformation she offered you, Jeff. And though I cannot prove she knew the information was false, my opinion is her decision to offer misinformation was completely intentional. So tonight I had to attend my son's 4th grade orientation, and I brought the mutual restraining order, which replaced a criminal PPO I have held against my ex-husband, my abuser. This mutual restraining order, your principal of Sharp Park, Jasper Lusby, stated via email, did not exist. Here it is. It does exist, like every other aspect of documentation I stated existed and have since emailed the board. And actually, I found it in my Freedom Information Act request, meaning that you already have it. I have almost felt sorry for you, Jeff, because I think you chose to trust Jasper Lusby when you cannot. But I stopped feeling sorry for you when you, choosing not to commit to any sense of due diligence, continued to actively harm my 9-year-old child and myself. The only other thing I want to bring up is that in my Freedom of Information Act, there is an email between you and Pam. Jeff, and in it you say, I anticipate that she, me, will attempt to file a complaint against the board if she's meeting with Keisha or Libby. This would seem on par with the course. That's actually why I'm here. I'm going to hand that email over to Ms. Hamilton. I want to close in saying I don't think you're the sole problem, Jeff. However, as superintendent, you've become emblematic of what's been and remains seriously wrong with Jackson Public Schools. And I don't just wish for your removal, Jeff. I think most of the board should be replaced. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. So I just want to ask, is there a code of ethics that the board follow, or is this the high school Mean Girls and Boys Club? Because I'm just trying to understand how the board can condone such behavior from the superintendent when the student handbook says, and I quote, bullying rising to the level of unlawful harassment when one or more persons systematically and chronically inflict physical hurt or psychological distress on one or more student or employees, and bullying is based on one or more protected classes. So if this is what we're pushing down our students' voice, how is the superintendent, AKA the leader of the pack of the school district, able to act in this behavior? I mean, y'all acting worse than my daughters in middle school. And are we forgetting what we're here for? Because I thought it was the students, but it's seeming like the ego or political agenda. I don't know what's happening, but y'all need to get it together. KH, as you were referred to, I know they tried to come for you in that closed door meeting, and I hope you stood your ground all 10 toes down, because guess what? You don't need no army behind you. You are the army. Straight like that. You know how we come.
Thank you.
Since some of you want to act like the children that I work with, I will talk to you like the children that I work with. Sit there and take this conversation on the chin. It may be hard, but sometimes growth is hard. Good evening, distinguished members of the Jackson Public School Board. Those who are just occupying space, we see you. Those who are just talking to each other and spending time writing on your paper while the community members are speaking, we see you. The closed session was intentional manipulation in hopes of community members leaving. Some did leave, but yeah, we stayed. I live less than a half mile from this location with 4 high school age children, and not a single one attends Jackson High. I'm a community member. I work with the children who attend here. I am simply a bystander. A conflict is a situation in which an individual has an unacceptable differences in interest, expectations, values, and opinions that occur in or between other individuals or groups. Bullying is the use of force, coercion, hurtful teasing or threat to abuse, aggressively dominate, or intimidate. That behavior is often repeated and habitual. One essential prerequisite is the perception of an imbalance of physical or social power. That imbalance distinguishes bullying from conflict. We clearly see bullying. 75% of employees have witnessed workplace bullying behavior. 62% of workplace bullying cases result in the resignation of the victim. 70% of the time, the bully is the one who stays with the company while the victim leaves. Only 1% of workplace bullying victims end up confronting the perpetrator. 29% of bullies act in groups. Examples of workplace bullying culture is spreading malicious rumors about someone or constantly putting them down in meetings. The bully is that way because of such things as personal issues in their life, insecurities, or a lack of proper training in managerial communication and techniques. 70% of young people have seen bullying in their schools. When a bystander intervenes, bullying stops within 10 seconds, 57% of the time. What are our children seeing? What mirror are we showing them is okay to model after? I teach anger management to a group of revolving youth, and I always tell them the mouth says what the heart feels. Who are we to hold our children accountable for bullying and not the peers around us? Yes, it may be uncomfortable to have this conversation with a coworker, loved one, or friend, but you know what? You will be 100 times better in the end. I will leave you with 2 quotes. If you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor. To sin by silence when they should protest makes cowards of men.
Thank you very much. At this point, I will call for a motion to adjourn. Oh, that's okay. Come here. Just get your. That's good. Thank you. I did lock the doors. Thank you. John King.
Thank you. I live at 203 3rd Street here in the city, not too far away. I seen the tweet, and then all of a sudden, everyone, Keisha, all her supporters are saying, "Oh, it's racist and sexist." You know, I don't know what term in there you could say, was mentioning sex or race. And unfortunately, that's sort of the politics. It just gets, when Keisha was running, I knew she would be trouble. She mentioned the agenda, or not the agenda, but the curriculum, that, it had to be changed. There's the Black Lives Matter type of politics that she was for, that, oh, we got to change the curriculum and teach how bad and racist the United States of America is, and so on. I've mentioned before, Jeff Beal is a white male, and to Keisha, that's 3 strikes against him, according to her math. She's criticized Shalana Hunt, that she's the equivalent of someone that, a black person that goes out and helps catch runaway slaves, and it just goes on and on and on with Keisha. From the tweet, it makes sense to me that, she's always asking questions about, getting clarification. But to me, it's probably more, and I mentioned it before, bullying, harassment and stuff, and yet she says she's the one being bullied and harassed and everyone here. I mean, it's just absurd, the politics that's going on here. There's test scores are down. Chris Davis, I was able to catch that, while I was seeing before I came over. It's not because of Jeff Beal. It's much more because of Keisha Hamilton and everything like that. I can get into single mothers, that Black Lives Matter, Keisha Hamilton promotes. Oh, that's good. It causes a lot of problems, and it makes it tougher for children, and they have more problems in school and everything like that. So it just goes on and on, it's just a shame. Jeff Beal maybe made a mistake, by, hitting the wrong thing apparently, but I basically agree with what he said. Keisha's that bad with her behavior. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I appreciate your time. At this point, I'll entertain a move.
So moved.
Motion.
Support.
Second?
Yes, support.
Okay. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. We are adjourned.